Hello, my student. I think that we should start now. The first question, can you remind me what was the parts that we stopped in the last lesson? The parts that we stopped in the last lesson.
Đi man, ini vừa đi man.
Bùi Kiệt An.
Em là đi man.
Hello, An. Are you here? Not yet. Nguyễn Thái An. Kiết Thái An. So you just got the name. We didn't write down any details for that part. Yeah. Now come on, Thái An. What do we mean by quantity demanded?
Đâu, chứ không đi man rồi mà.
Very good. What is the different point between QD, quantity demanded, and demand?
Willing to buy với cả
Which one is the certain? Quantity demanded concerns a certain price level, whereas demand. Very good. At various price level. Thanks, Thaiyan. Thank you. Excellent. Now remember, the way that we can distinguish, we started, the way that we can distinguish between QD and the quantity demanded and demand is the price level. Okay? And don't forget that if we want to say about QD or D, we mean there are two conditions that can decide. Okay, demand or quantity demanded. Consumer, they have ability to buy and they have the willingness to buy. Okay. Yeah, good. Now, continue with today. We starting from this point. We understand individual demand and market demand. And actually, individual demand, this is the demand definition that we have last lesson. Now, you write down for market demand. Start writing the market demand. Market demand is the sum of all individual demands. Sum of all individual demand. It means that you just add up all the individual demand together, you have the market demand. Then I can give you a table, okay? You don't need to write down the table, just follow to see what happened. Now here we go. Don't need to write down the table, just follow it. We have the demand for soft drink, a kind of gift of the two consumers. And assume that in the market, just only two consumers buy the products. Here, you see the first column, we have the price of the gift. Then we have QD for each buyer. Okay, how can you decide the quantity demanded for the whole market with the two buyers here? Easily, you just add up QD of each buyer together. For example, at the price of 10,000, how can we do? To find out QD for the whole market, how can? We add up 8 and 16. Then we have the total of 24. This is QD at the price equal 10,000. You agree? Yeah. Now go on. When the price equals 30, for example, how can you do? 4 plus 8 and equal 12 here. So it means that we have 5 price levels. We just add up all the quantity at the same price. We have QD for the whole market. What do we mean by market demand? The whole table here with the price, with the quantity demanded of the two buyers at all the price levels, referring to the market demand. Is it clear? Yeah. P and QD at all the price level for the whole market, the two buyers. We have the demand for the whole market. Now the next question. Can you say the relationship between the price here, the price, and the quantity buying of the buyer, of the first one, of the second one, or even of the total market? What kind of relationship? Now, how can we say about the price here? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, we say the price increases. What happened to the quantity buying? QD decreases. What kind of relationship here? Inverse. Very good. Inverse or negative. Or opposites. Or even some other textbook, they can say indirect relationship between P and QD. So this inverse relationship not only apply for the soft drink, but apply for most of the goods in most markets. We generalize, this is the law of supply. Okay, that can quantify or that can generalize the relationship between P and QD. Now the next point here, we have the law of demand. The law of demand. How can you understand the law of demand? You write down the words first, and then I can show you the way to write down shortly. Okay, in short, what do we mean? Here we go. The lower the price, the larger the quantity demanded. The lower the price, the larger the quantity demanded. Or the higher the price, the smaller the quantity demanded. Don't forget ceteris paribus. Okay, ceteris paribus. Now what do we mean, ceteris paribus here? This is an assumption that assumes that nothing changed or other things being constant. What do we mean? In this scenario, if we only say the price of the good can change the quantity demanded, we mean that the other factor remains the same. For example, the income of consumers stays the same. The price of the other goods stays the same. Okay, so on and on. Only the price of the good change. You understand? Only this change, the other things constant. This is what we mean ceteris paribus. Remember my students, for this, do you remember these latent words that we told already in chapter 1, yes or no? Yeah, this is important assumption when we do academics. Now in short, whenever I ask you about the law of demand, you can write down when the price increases, the quantity demanded decreases. Or when the price decreases, the quantity demanded increases. And don't forget that you can say inverse relationship between P and QT, opposites or negative relationship between them. Now someone talking. My question, is it possible to write down like this? When QT decreases, the price increases. When QT increases, it means that the price decreases. Is it the law of demand here? No. Why not? Why not? We have the negative relationship between them. Okay, because the law of demand, it only suggests one-way relationship. Between P and QT, it means that only price can change the quantity demanded. Only price can change. We don't have the other way of relationship. You cannot say QT that can change the price. Why not? Because actually, if we want to say about the change in price, we need to have the information about supply and demand. Supply and demand. Only the change in quantity demanded, this is not enough to say about the change in price. Okay, so this is not the law of demand. No, never. So in the test, any student write down in this way from QT that you can conclude about the price change. I say that no, it's wrong, not the law of demand. And you don't have enough information to do that. Okay? Yeah. So remember here, we just have only one-way relationship between P and QT. Remember. Okay, now some students ask, still they found some goods or services that not following the law of demand. How can we understand? Now, shall I move on? The next slide? Yeah? We say about the extra cases of the goods that not following the law of demand. They're not following, it means that they are against the law of demand. What do we mean? When the price of the good higher, the quantity buying higher as well. Or when the price of the good lower, then the quantity lower. Now any example of the good that against the law of demand? An example. Anything that even higher price, you buy more. Or even when you can buy a cheaper price, you tend to buy less. Food? What kind of food?
Jewelry. Yes.
What's the name?
Some gold coins or jewelry. Like really luxury. Like that.
Gasoline? Yeah. Now, when the price of gasoline increases, petroleum increases, we cannot decrease the quantity buying actually, but then we tend to save a little bit. Okay? We can say that we keep the same quantity rather than increase the quantity when the price of gasoline increases. Food, I agree. Some here, what are they? They are not fresh or spoiled foods. Not good for the health, okay? Then, even when the price is cheaper, you tend to buy less. Now, how about the gift that when the price higher, you tend to buy more? This is the scarce gifts. Scarcity. Scarce gifts or the gifts that are being speculated. What do you mean by speculated? It means that some people they buy at cheap price and resell at higher price. They are speculator. Okay. For example, we can say gold prices. When the price of gold increases, we see that many people they rush to buy gold. They rush to buy gold. Okay? Because now why? Why they buy more gold even when the price of gold increases? Why? They want to reserve gold. They want to speculate gold. Okay. Lands, property. Somehow we say luxury goods that can show your status. Even the price is very high, you decide to buy. Okay? Or luxury goods. Luxury cars, for example. Now for the gift that even when the price is lower, you tend to buy less, we can say some low quality goods or bad reputation goods. Spoiled food, for example. Okay, something unfresh that can lead to some health problem. You never buy even you know that this is cheap. Okay. For example, some supermarkets they do clearance at the end of the day for some food, kind of food, but then never you buy because it can lead to health problems, health issues. Okay? Yeah. Now, we understand. Silent, please. Now, get organized. Take a seat quickly, being organized. We know that there are some gifts that against the law of demand. But in our study, we just only focus on the gift that follows the law of demand. Even we know these extreme examples. We know about this. But then, to make our life easier, okay? Even we know, but we ignore this. We only focus on the case that between the price and quantity demanded, there is a negative relationship as indicated in the law of demand. Now keep silent, my student. If not, I will invite some students go out. Now I say again, in our study, whenever I say, when the price increases, what happens? You always say the quantity demanded will decrease. Or when the price decreases, you say the quantity demanded increases. Even without this example, but we only focus on the law of demand. Is it okay? Yes. Yeah? Only that case. Shall I move? Yeah? Now what do we know? We know about demand. The quantity demanded. We know the relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. It means that we understand the law of demand. The next point, we try to find the ways, or we try to find the tools that can help to understand about demand. Quickly. The tools to demonstrate demand or can help to understand demand. Now, I know that you have time for exploring the textbook. Can anyone have any ideas about the tools that can illustrate demand? Any ideas from the textbook that you read at home that can suggest the way? Now, can you name some here? Đọc Vũ Minh Anh. Đọc Vũ Minh Anh, are you here? No? So if I'm calling your name, no response. I'll put here your answers. Okay? Ngô Hải Anh. Hải Anh, give any ideas from the textbook? Any readings? The textbook that I suggested 2 weeks ago when we have lecture. No readings? Why not? You busy? Oh, other students busy as well. This is not a good reason. Actually, we do not have the reason of not reading the textbooks. Nguyễn Mai Anh? Nguyễn Mai Anh? Hello? No? Oh. Now, any of you here just read the textbook already and you get the idea about the tools for demand illustration. Any of you? Oh, okay. What's your name? Now, can you stand up and say loudly? You can make the graph. Very good. We can make the demand curve for understanding. Very good point. Now, what else? Now, any other or only making the graph? Okay. I think that you mentioning the demand equation that we can show the relationship between QD, quantity we buy, and the price relationship. Okay, good. So at least the 2 tools mentioned. Very good now. Let me pass you on the list. If only one student reading the textbook, it is not the kids, not the good points that you're doing. No. Nguyễn Thị Phương Thảo, are you? Yeah, good. Thank you. Now focus here. Focus. I list all of them and we do one by one. The first one, we have the demand schedule or demand schedule. Schedule or schedule. The second one is the demand curve. That's I already mentioned. That demand equation. And the last one is the demand function. Actually, we can have demand equation and demand function as one tool. To generalize, we can say demand function. But then I want to stress the way that we can write out demand equation. So I just distinguish. I just have 2 here instead of 1. Okay? Later you see. You should write down. Write down from the idea. Okay? Don't stay here. Now computers, I said already, I don't ban computers, but then I think that it's better if you have pens and paper rather than making notes, write down details on computers. Pens and papers are better. Now again, focused. If not, go home. Keep silence. Coming here for studying, not for making noises. The first one is the demand schedule. Demand schedule. And actually, the demand schedule we met already. This is a table. Shading here, it means a table that can show you the information about the price and the quantity demanded. Okay, that can show the price and the quantity demanded information. Now, don't need to make this table. Don't need to do. Just see again here. This one you saw already in the last part. Whenever we have the table that can give information about P and QD, we say this is the demand schedule. Easy to understand? Yeah. Okay, skip this. The second one, we have the demand curve. We have the demand curve. I'm sorry, but I will stop if you keep talking. It is ineffective way. If I keep talking and you keep talking for nothing. The question is, what kind of relationship between P and QD? What kind of relationship between P and QD? Negative. If we make the demand curve to show this negative relationship, how should be the curve? Now, the curve is upward sloping, or this is downward sloping. Upward or downward? Downward. Any negative relationship always presented by downward curve. Okay? Now you have here, the demand curve have the negative slope. It means that it slope downwards, reflecting the law of demand. So if we're mentioning the law of demand, never you can make the demand curve upward sloping. Okay, this is downward sloping. So what you say? The curve is downward sloping. Sloping. Or the curve slopes downwards. Okay, two ways. Now what you need to do now? I can give you a demand schedule and you need to make the demand curve concerning for that schedule. Finish here? All of you finish here? Yeah? Now what you need to do, I give this table, okay? Now you focus on only two first columns and you make the corresponding demand curve. You focus here on the price and the quantity demanded and you make the demand curve. And normally for a demand curve, we have a vertical axis, this is about the price. And horizontal one, we illustrate the quantity demanded. Okay, now make the demand curve now from the two first column from this demand schedule. Okay, I give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to make and then answering some questions. You have this on your notebook for the demand curve. P at vertical, and then QD at horizontal. Oh, I'm sorry. This side you cannot see easily. Okay, now. P and QD, the way we do. Now, when the price equal 10, the quantity equal x, you have a point. Okay? Another price level, another quantity, you form another point. Connecting all the points, you have the curve. Now, all of you, you need to do the demand curve. All of you do it.
Đảo ngược. Ngược.
Is it easy? Yeah. Why some of you refuse to do? What is the hard point here? You have PQD illustrated by a curve. Okay?
Để tạo cái điểm.
Now some questions. The first one, the curve you making with that number. This is not yet. You need to show the number. Now the first question, is it upward sloping or downward sloping? Downward sloping. Some of you make upward sloping. Wrong. Okay, it's wrong. Why? Because P and QT here has a negative relationship. Never it should be upwards. Now the second question. The curve is straight, the straight one, or this is not straight. Now we have the words.
Linear.
The curve you can write here, is it the straight one? Straight.
A line.
Or this is not.
Straight.
Straight or not?
Straight.
This is the straight line, straight curve. Why? Because you can make something straight. So this is straight. Now, here we go. I can show the curve. Now the way we do here. The way we do. Give me a second. Because some of you, I know that you don't know what to do. What do I mean here? We need to have a lot of points before we can make a curve. Okay, a lot of points before we can make a curve. Now see, When the price is equal 50, how many QD? When the price equals 50, quantity demanded equals 0. Very good. So we have the starting point of the demand curve here. 50 and the quantity equals 0. It starts from vertical points of 50. When the price equals 40, the quantity demanded equals 2. We have another point to make the curve. When the price equals 30, then we have QD equals 4. Okay, so on and on. So we have 5 price level. Correspondingly, we have 5 points along the curve. You understand? Yeah. Then connecting all the points, you now can have the demand curve. The demand curve. So you are right. The demand curve is downward sloping, and this is straight. Another what I say that this is the linear demand curve. Linear, it means straight. Now the opposite of linear, you can say non-linear. Okay? The opposite one is the non-linear. Non-linear demand curve. We explain why the demand curve is linear here. Linear. Very noisy. In mathematics, I think that you know how to calculate the slope.
Equation.
Yeah, slope of a curve. How can you do?
Some equation.
For example, you have x and y and x here at the two axes. How can we measure the slope of the curve? We say we take the change at vertical axis divided by the change at horizontal axis. Delta y over delta x, it means the slope of any curve that we can do. Now, come up here. What is the slope of the demand curve if we move it from point A? A is the starting point here to point B. From A to B, how can you calculate the slope? Quang Bách. Quang Bách. Tiếp Bách. A to B. Delta y, it means that the change in price here. How can you do that? Say again. You take 50 minus the change. 50 minus 40. Then divided by. Now, how we calculate 2 here? If you start from 50, you must start from 2 minus 0. You start from 50. You need to start from 0. Okay, for the point. Divided by 0 minus 2. Now what you have, right? Minus 5. Y minus? Y minus? Very good, because that was sloping. Minus 5. Because the curve is downward sloping, so we have the negative slope here. Now from B to C, another one. Can you do from B to C? Lê Đình Duy. Bình Duy, are you here? No? Nguyễn Đình Hải. Long Hải. Okay? From B2C. Say loudly that I can hear. Oh, I'm sorry, there are two of you. Oh, I'm calling Nguyễn Đình Hải, ICT. To you as well? Oh. Nguyễn Đình Hải, 22nd BI 13146. Okay, the one. Now, B2C. You take B here, or B, or C. The change in price, how can you measure? Divided by 2 minus 4. What do you have? Minus 5. Minus 5 again. Now, any comment about the slope here high? Is it changing or is it constant? Yeah, this is constant slope. The other, you agree constant here? Yeah, even when you take point E or point G here, I know for sure that always the result is equal minus 5. What do we mean? Along this curve, nothing changed for the slope. The slope is constant. That's why we have the demand curve is linear. Understanding the points? Yeah. Even the demand curve only need to represent the negative relationship between P and QT. But if we can make constant slope of the curve, we have the linear one. And actually you can easily see here, the curve must be linear because we have the change in P is constant. You have the change in P constant. Here we have the price decreased by 10,000. Then we have the quantity demanded increased by 2 units. Okay, because delta y constant, delta x constant, and then when we make the curve, we have the constant slope. Get the idea? Yeah. Luckily, we only focus on the linear demand curve, even we know that non-linear are acceptable. But then, in our study, we only focus on the linear demand curve from now on. Okay, it is ease of studying rather than the non-linear. Could I go to the next point? Okay, now if we know how to make the demand curve, this is demand curve for a consumer. How can you do the demand curve for the whole market? The coming year, the market demand curve, if we can build up individual demand curve. The market demand curve and individual demand curve. Now you write down something first and then I show you on the graph. The market demand curve is the horizontal sum of individual demand curves. How can we understand individual sum? Horizontal sum here It means that we added all the quantity demanded at each price level. We add the quantity demanded at each price level. Okay, this is the rule. How can we make the market demand? The curve, okay, for the whole market. Done? Not yet? Finish writing? Yeah, here we go. We work on the graph. You don't need to make any more details. Just follow me. Now we work on the graph. We have this before. We have the demand curve from P and QD of the first two columns. This is for the first buyer. Okay? This is what you have recently on your notebook. This demand curve. Then, similarly, we can have the demand curve for the other buyer. Now, how can we form the market demand curve? Don't forget that we said we take the sum horizontally. Horizontal sum. Horizontal summation. What do we mean? At the same price, we add up all the quantity demanded together. For example, when the price equals 50, no one buying. What do we mean? 50 here, it relates to the quantity equals 0 for the whole market. It also means the starting point of the market demand curve. 1. Okay. Now, when the price equals 40, when the price equals 40, the first buyer willing to buy how many units? 2. The second buyer willing to buy 4. Altogether, we need to illustrate corresponding to 40 here. How many in total? 6. Then from this point, we can have something that later we can save to make the demand curve for the whole market. Okay, we have the second point to make the curve. Now go on. When the price equals 30, how to add up 1 and 1? 30 here. We add up 4, and 8 here. Then we have 12. Then 12. And finally, 6 and 12 together, you have 18 here. Okay, 18. So we have all the points to make the Riemann curve. Finally, you can have dt for the whole market by horizontal sum of d1 and d2. Is it clear? Is it clear? Yeah. Now, horizontal, the same price, adding all the quantity demanded together. The price must be the same, finding QD, add them up together to have for the whole market. I think that's easy for you to do. Okay. Now, don't forget that we have the 4 tools to illustrate demand, and we finished with the 2 here, the demand schedule, demand curve. What should be the next points? The next 2, remember. Very good, demand equation. Now, if we only focus on the linear demand curve, we now can build up the linear demand equation with the certain form. Demand equation with the linear form. There are 2 alternative and equivalent ways here. There are 2 ways. The first one, if you illustrate P through QD, it means that you know QD, you can decide the price. We have equation P equal A plus B QD, the linear form. Equivalent, you can illustrate QD equals C plus D multiplied by P. In this equation, A and C are, what's the name of A and C? Constant. Constant. Okay? Now, B and D, slopes. What is the condition for B and D? If the curve is downward sloping, the slope must be negative. Okay, this is why. This is how you can understand about equation. Yeah? Now, questions for you. Questions. I give you a demand schedule. I give you the demand schedule. You need to form the demand equation from this schedule. Okay? You form equation from this schedule. I give you 2 minutes, and then someone say what you found. Okay, 2 minutes.
Nó là gì? Hai cái của em nhẹ.
Copy đâu? Ở nhà làm gì? Được với tinh luôn mà.
how to do. Now, in the first step, you should follow what form? You decide to follow what form? For example, you decide that we follow the form P equal A plus B Q D. If you choose this, you don't need to choose the other. Because I said already, they are equivalents. It means that in mathematics, actually they are the same. Okay, just pick up one form out of two here. We just need one out of two. Which one you prefer? Just follow. Now, what we need to do, if I give you P and QD, what you need to do here? You finding A and B or C and D. Okay? You should find A and B or C and D. Now, down here? Yeah. Can you say your answer? What you found? What you found? Come here. Here. Just say. And you can hear? Oh no, I'm sorry. Where you couldn't hear ICT? Here, good. Any findings here? Now what form you choose? You choose the form P equal A plus B Q D. Now, and finally, what you have? Very good. Now, if you choose the form P equal A plus B Q D, I give you many pairs of P and Q D. So just bring here. How many pairs are enough to find out A and B? We need just only two. Very good. For example, when the price equals 3, 3 equal? Go on. Good. You just pick up randomly any two pairs of P and QD. Nine. Negative 1 over 2 minus 0.5. Then, if you can find A and B here, don't forget that you should say the form of Riemann equation. Riemann equation is nine minus, very good, 0.5 d. Thanks here. Well done. Now, actually I give you more than two pairs. What do I mean? You check, you double check your finding. Here pick up just the two pairs. You can pick up whatever you want to. But two pairs is enough because we need to find A and B. Okay, we need two pairs. You need to check first. The slope here, is it negative or positive? It's fine that you have the negative one. Okay, good. Now, please bring other pairs of P and QD here to double check. For example, when QD equal 4. And then, is it the price equal 7? Check, is it correct here? Yes. Or when the QD equals 6, then we have the price equal 6 as well. So I think that I bring other pairs of P and QD. It makes sense. I can trust the answer. Okay, the answer here is, I'm writing up there because some students at this side. It's harder for you to see. Now I'm writing P equal 9 minus 0.5 QD. Now equivalent, if someone chooses the form QD equals C plus DP, how can you find? What you found? QD equals 18 minus 2P. They are equivalent. So pick up one of the form is enough. You don't need to do both. Don't need to do both. Is it clear how to do here, all of you? You understand? Yeah, okay. These easy questions. Now in the test, if you are asked to do, just do within 2 minutes. Produce perfect answers. Why? If you produce the wrong answer here, the whole exercise go wrong. No mark. Okay? Even easy, but no mistake here, please. Divine equation. Okay, well done. Now the last one that we can show the relationship between the quantity buying and the factors or the determinants that can change your buying. We can generalize in demand function. Demand function. Now my student, your quantity buying. Think. What factors that can decide your quantity buying? What factors that decide your quantity buying? Very good. The first one is the price of the goods. What else? Income of consumer. Good point. Then, what's the name? Only two? No, more than. Availability of other products. For example, substitutes or complements. Okay? If we say the demand for goods here, it may be affected by the price of the other good required. Later I explain. What else? Someone said the quality. The quality of the gift that can decide the quantity. I say yes, actually. But then how to measure the quality? This is not easy here. So even we know that the quality can decide the quantity, but then we're not going to measure here. Not going to consider here. Okay, we skip this. Not at this time. What else? Now, if you read the textbook, you have many other ideas. Test of consumer. Test of consumer that can change your quantity buying. What you like can decide what you want to buy. Okay, then. Oh, no one reading the textbook. Very good. Number of consumer. And. Yeah. Thank you. I think that only 2 students reading the textbook before. Now, apart from this, we have advertising also change your quantity buying as well. But then we're not going to consider at this moment. Okay? Now, all together, you can recheck what you printed. We're going to mention 6 factors that can change your quantity buying. Even we know more. But then, we only focus on 6 of them. The price of the gift itself, the price of related gifts, income of consumer, test of consumer, expectation of consumer, and then number of consumers in markets. 6 of them. So the next point, we're going to see how each of the factor can change your quantity buying. I think that we can try to do half of them, then we can have the short run. Okay, we try. Or at least two of them before we can have the short run. Get all the names.
Sân nào? Sai.
Done? Done here? Yeah, here we go. We take it to finish the first two and then short run. The first two. Now the first one is the price of the gift itself. And this is quite clear. Now number 4, the determinants of QD. You can get the title before we have more details. I think that's the one we do here. Very detailed. Why? Later. When we do the product supply, we can do very quick following the way that we do for demand. Okay. The determinants or the factors that can change QD. Now the first one is the price of the gift itself. So it should be the first one, the price of the gift itself. Easy to say here. The price of the gift affects the quantity demanded by the law of demand. P, price, can affect QD, quantity demanded by the law of demand. And the law of demand we repeat many times today. Negative relationship between them. Okay, so I don't repeat any more details here. All of you know. The price can change QD by the law of demand. Now the next, we focus on prices of related goods. Go on. Prices of related goods. If we say related goods, we're mentioning two groups of them. The name are substitutes or complements. Substitutes or complements. What is what? How can it change the quantity buying? We analyze now.
Bên đoạn đấy. Advertise.
Now the first one. Substitutes and complements. Or we can say complementary goods. Later you see the words. Now, one by one. The first one is the substitutes.
ไปเออ
Definition of the substitutes first. Substitutes.
คุณได้โปรโมทเข้าไปเออ
A and B are substitutes. A and B are substitutes. If the uses of A can be replaced by the uses of B. The uses of A can be replaced by the uses of B, provided that initial consumption targets is unchanged.
ใช่ไหม
Provided that initial consumption targets is unchanged. It means that instead of using A, you can using B in consumption without changing consumption targets. Example, ticket that can replace in consumption. Any? If you can take example, it means that you understand the definition.
ก็ว่ามี
If we say smartphone, we can use Samsung instead of Apple, iPhone. Okay, what else? Only iPhone, Samsung? No, many other. What and what?
เจ้าเหรียญผิด
When we say Cola and Pepsi, they are substitutes in consumption as well. What next?
เอาคาปินาหรือลาปี้
เออจริง
มิโลปาติน
Milk. Okay. Some kind of milk.
มิโลฟัน
Now if we say fashion, we have some name, some brand name, some store that can substitute for the other. Okay, some kind of shoe. Reebok, Nike. Okay, they are substitute. You understand the word here? Yeah. Now here we go. How the price of substitute change your quantity buying, and finally we can say how it changes your demand. The way we analyze. Assume that chicken and beef are substitutes in consumption. Chicken and beef. Now, when the price of beef
คือเราต้อง
increases,
donkey
write down this example as well. When the price of beef increases, according to the law of demand,
donkey below the 9
according to the law of demand, what happened?
คิวดีอีควี
What happened? QD for
อีควี
beef. Okay. The law of demand suggests P and QD for the same products. QD for beef will
ดีควี
go up or down?
ดาว
Go down. It means that if the price of beef increases, we tend to buy less beef. Make sense?
วี
Yeah. Now, beef and chicken are substitutes. Then, assume that nothing changed for chicken. It means that the price of chicken stays the same. Set a risk variables. How about the quantity buying of chicken?
Increase.
Yeah, you know that chicken and beef, they can substitute for the other. No change in the price of chicken, only the price of beef increases. We tend to eat less beef and we tend to eat more chicken. Okay? QD for chicken increases. Now, important here, if we make assumption that QD for chicken increases at all the price level, QD for chicken increases at all the price level. We say that the demand for chicken. Now, if at all the price, all the quantity demanded increases, demand for chicken increases. Later, I show you on the graph. On the graph, we make the demand curve. Demand curve. For chicken, shift to the right. Shift to the right. Shifts rightwards to the right or rightward. Or one cue, just easily say shift rights. Okay. One cue just say the curve shift rights.
Trâu có sừng, bò có sừng. Ta chưa nhìn thấy bò có sừng rồi, ta chỉ nhìn thấy bò đỏ. Đúng một cái là ăn luôn.
Is it clear? The one we do here? Now, someone follow the same logic and decide what happened if we have the price of beef decreases. Công ty Thu Hà. Thu Hà. Are you here? Oh, good, Thu Hà. Now, if the price of beef decreases, what happens? Up or down? QD for beef, go up. Next, QD for chicken, go on until we have the point here. We tend to buy more beef and buy less chicken. Then we say, then on the graph, before chicken, yeah, shift to the right. Thank you, Tuhan. Shift to, left or right? Left. Shift to the left. Okay. Good. Now, one more question. What kind of relationship between the price of the substitute? Price of the substitute? And the quantity demanded or the demand of the good we study here. What kind of relationship here? When the price of the substitute increases, finally we say the demand for the gift we studying increases. On the contrary, if the price decreases, we say the demand for the gift we focus here decreases. Now again, what kind of relationship here? Positive. Okay. Remember, whenever we say about substitute gift, it should be positive relationship. Positive one between the price of the substitutes and the demand of the gift. We can quickly apply this rule, okay, in any questions. If we can expect the positive relationship, we mean they are substitutes. Vice versa. Is that okay? Yeah.
Audition.
One more story here. We say about confidence. Next slide. Ready for next slide? Yeah. Compliments. X and Y are complements. X and Y are complements if the uses of A must go together with the uses of the uses of X must go together with the uses of Y to ensure initial utility of both gifts. Keyword here, X and Y must go together. Okay, the two, they must go together. Now, can anyone take example of the two complements gift when they must go together? Brush and toothpaste. Yeah. What else? Gasoline and car. Okay. More? Must go together. For example, the camera and the film. Okay, insert the name to this kind of camera. Or printer and printer ink. They are complements. Must go together. Now some students say shampoo and conditioner. Is it complements? For the ones that will always combine the two in consumption, they are complements. But for the one who never use, for example, shampoo without conditioner, we say, okay, this is not a compliment. It depends. Yeah? Now, familiarly with the way we do, we now analyze one example, how the price of the compliment can change the demand of the gift we provide. Now we start writing the example. We have computer and computer ink. Noisy, keep silent. When the price, when the price of printed ink, when the price of printer decreases, now what happened? What happened? QD for printer will go up. If go up, we tend to buy more. If we buy more printer, we need to buy less or more printer ink. Yes, because they are complements. Printer ink. And if we assume that the quantity of printer ink increasing at all the price levels, we say demand for printer ink increases, and the demand curve for printer ink shifts to the right. Shifts to the right. And then you can easily write down the opposites. When the price of printer increases, we tend to buy less printer than less printer ink. Then we say the demand for printer ink decreases, the demand curve shifts to the left. Now decide what kind of relationship here. Yes, the negative one. Okay. The negative relationship between the price of complements and the demand of the gift we studied. So whenever we mention complements, we refer to the negative relationship. And actually, firms, when they supply the complements, like HP, when they sell printer and printer ink, normally they set very cheap price for printer and then they sell more printer ink to make profits. Okay? Yeah. Okay? Now, at this point, we now can take a break of 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We come up here at 9:50. Thank you.
Đặt chuông 5 giờ, 7 giờ tôi mới 5 giờ tôi tắt rồi tôi đi ngủ luôn. Đi đâu đánh bay cả lúc thì đâu phải đi một sải.
Chúng mày lên tiền đô.
Hôm đấy ta đang ngồi quay, ta đang ngồi to cái kia thì có cái này bay cũng là kiểu quản trị viên họ
Đã mà cho mày cử quản trị viên thì mày kích ra ta đầu tiên. Mày ý định hoạt động nhanh lắm.
anh em chơi nhau bao năm rồi
Chơi gì chơi?
Chơi gì? Bánh mì nhiều món lắm, sáng sớm nhiều món nữa.
rồi
Sáng hôm trước thì ăn sáng với mẹ thì bắt đi rồi. Sáng làm phở. Chưa kịp xuống nước bắt phở là phải đi.
phở chưa kịp chan nước
Nhà mẹ tao nấu, sáng nào mẹ cũng nấu luôn sáng. Sáng mẹ tao có làm gì đâu, chỉ ở nhà thôi. Không, chỉ nhà đi chợ thôi.
quả việc dễ không chậm như thế là sáng đấy nó có chuyện hiện này có này
Tao đi thu chứ mẹ tao đi thu đâu.
chỉ kiếm thôi cho chị cho
Cái giá của sự nợ là cái gì nhỉ?
em biết tiền chiếm lấy
Rồi nó bục lại ngồi nó chụp hết.
Mày có tao la lên.
Cái biệt nhà cái lỗ đấy biệt này. Đi đá trận bóng chạy 3 cánh đồng. Sẽ không nhán. Ta đã lột quần áo em ở sau.
ôi chị mẹ ta để chuyển ra rồi
Đéo chưa?
Không đá.
Đéo. Cái đi cái đấy chỉ có. Cái đem này.
sau nét là chỉ có sự chắc sống không chưa cho cái đặc biệt
Igo kan aja mas.
ai hết tiền biết đi mua bây giờ luôn luôn lại có 2 kỳ đi đó đi biết thì có 2 kỳ đi mất tiền chỉ không có được quá nhiều tiền cao rồi biết là các chuyện của anh em là thích của chân anh ấy ôi bố gì kia biết của mẹ của bên anh không là đâu biết được con nào đáng mạnh rồi
Mày điên à? Thì mày cho hỏi là tới được không? Dở này. Đã tới được nhà là cái đi thôi. Chủ nhật hôm sau thứ hai đi đường đêm về sợ của mày.
Sợ cái đéo mày sợ cái đéo.
Tôi chưa thấy người ta chưa. Sắp kịp bài chưa? Được rồi.
sau những năm làm gì mày phải có tính nhất của tao mày biết là
Đâu còn thứ bảy đó không đau đâu. Không đau gì. Không đau. Đây là mày chống cự mới đau. Đừng chống cự là một cự ấy. Không, đừng gồng. Càng gồng nó càng đau. Em cứ thả lòng người ra. Bỏ ra. Không, thế tích cực. Đây thứ bảy nào này.
lần đầu thì đau lần sau
đo trong thấy sướng đấy. Khỏi được bẻ gió. Chỉ có một cái nốt thì phải kia đi. Biết nhiều biết sớ luôn nhỉ.
Sau cái thi đó.
Đâu. Cái bạn Việt Nam bảo mấy cái bạn Việt Nam mà đi comment nó có biết gì thôi, mày là một số người học luôn. Mấy cái bạn Việt Nam mà mày đi comment nó có biết gì đi thôi mày cút luôn đấy. Mày đi giận nha mày, đang ở đây cái gõ cửa đằng kia. Ở trên có hột mà
Đấy.
mới đứng. Đừng gửi cái Nam bàn thờ. Thôi đi. Đùa mày. Không có bảo cái Nam bàn thờ cơ. Này thì lại. Có gửi cái mặt thế nào bàn thờ nó dậy rồi. Xử lý đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Đây gì? Đẹp mà đẹp muốn ăn đầu mấy luôn.
Cái mặt tuyệt vời lắm. Được. Mày có biết sao không?
Ở đây này có này. Cái cái
Máy.
cái
Cái này không phải dạy, cái này nó là mẹ của Việt Nam thôi.
student. So we just finished the second factor, the price of related gift that can change quantity of the gift we buy. Now, following the next, we say income of consumer that can decide how many gifts, the quantity that we buy. Now, we start. Income of consumer. So, analyze how income can change QD. We have the work of angle. Angle here classifies the gifts into two kinds. Angle classify gifts into two kinds. Now the first one, if you have more income, you buy more for the gift. We say when income increases, QD increases. It means that you buy more of this gift, demand increases. In another case, if you have less income, you tend to buy less. Question. What kind of relationship here between income and demand? Positive, yeah? And angle, named the gift is the normal one. Normal gift. Angle called the normal gift. An example of the normal gift, the one that you buy more when you have more money. You buy less when you have less money. Any? Which one? An example. Clothes. If mama dad give you money, you tend to buy more. Or if this month you have less money, you buy less. Okay, I agree. Now some student, you say KFC is the normal gift. If you have more income, you eat more. Less income, you eat less. I agree. This is. I don't think that we can start if still you make noise. You make noise. Now student, we have many of you here. If one of you just say very little, but still noisy. On the contrary, if income and demand has the negative relationship, how can I say? When you have higher income, you tend to buy less of the goods. Or if you have less income, you tend to buy more of the goods. So angle calls this is an inferior goods. An inferior. Example, which one? You buy less even when your income higher. Or you buy more when your income less. Any? The low quality goods? Oh. This is not about the price. This is your income. Your income, not the price of the goods. Okay? Now let's say instant noodle. Instant noodle. No change in the price of instant noodle. When you have more income, you tend to eat less of instant noodle. But if you have more income, you tend, more income you eat less income you eat more. So instant noodle here is called an inferior. You agree? Yeah. So Andrew, he can classify any goods into either normal goods or inferior. This is the first point that we can understand how income change your quantity body. Now, another contribution of Andrew here. This is not easy that we always can arrange KFC into the normal goods or noodle into inferior goods. But actually, your certain amount of income will decide the way that we see the good is an inferior or a normal. Now, can you write down the next point and then I explain. We're going to make the Andrew curve. The Andrew curve, in which we show that the attitude toward any goods, it depends on the buyer's income, not on the quality of the goods itself. The attitude toward any goods that depends on the buyer's income, not on the goods quality. We mean that low quality good or high quality good, it doesn't mean here on the way that we decide inferior or the normal goods. I take example. When you are student, I think that many of you tend to buy the local brands of shoes like this. This is from Vitis, okay? The local brand. So if mom and dad give you more money, you tend to buy more of this. What's the name of the local brand shoes when you are students? What's the name of the good here? Normal goods. You buy more when your income more. And if you have less money, you buy less. Agree the normal good here? Agree here? Yeah. Now, assuming that after graduation, you can have a good job. You have now the salary much more than the money that dad and mom gave you when you were a student. Okay? Now, when you buy shoes, you're not going to buy the local brands anymore. Instead, you buy imported shoes. What changed here? This is not the quality of the local brand's shoes, but your income changed and the way that you justify the good changed as well. You understand? When you are at higher level of income, you see the local brand shoes, they are not suitable for you to wear anymore. Then you change into the imported shoes
ก็จะเรียนแต่ตัว
from overseas. Okay, so we say that not the quality here can decide the quantity, but your income level that change the way that you decide it into normal gift or inferior. Get my point? Yeah, okay. Now, how can we make the angel curve? I'm unhappy with the atmosphere today. Okay, I'm unhappy. How can we make the angel curve? For the angel curve, we show income. The one make the curve. We show income and quantity of the gift at the two axes. Income here and quantity for the gifts. Now question, see, when income equal I1, assume that we buy the quantity Q1. Income equal I2, then we buy the quantity Q2. Now, what kind of relationship between income and quantity here? What kind of relationship between income and quantity buying? Positive. What's the name of the gift? Positive relationship between income and quantity, we say normal gift. Now, the curve we make here, this is upward sloping or downward sloping. Upward sloping. Because income increase, quantity increase. So we say here the normal gifts. After the consumer reach the income of I star, then he or she change the attitude toward the same gift. We can say here is the angel curve for the local brand shoes. Okay? For example, when the income very high here at I3, even when your income increases, but then your quantity buying for this gift start to decrease. You stop buying the local brand shoes, or even you can just give someone your local brand shoes before. Okay, not going to buy more. It means that you decrease your quantity buying. So the angel curve is downward sloping because income and quantity has the negative relationship. What is the name of the gift we can say? Inferior. Okay. So see here, the angel curve. Actually, this is backward bending curve. This is backward bending curve. Backward bending curve. Okay, it starts upward sloping and then it turns into downward sloping. Changes from a positive slopes into negative slope. Why some student not focusing here? Now I'm going to ask at least 3 students go out. I don't know why you are here. Upward sloping and then downward sloping. Okay? And please see clearly here. We indicate income and quantity, not the price and quantity. Because many students, you always think that for economics, we just put P and Q at the two ends. No. Difference. Okay? Now, can you take your time and you make all the details about the angel curve? So, in any test, if I ask you, you need to know how to make it. You need to know how to explain the details of this. Okay? All of you finished yet? Yes, good. This is how income changes demand. Now the next point, after income, what's the name of the factor? Now we have the price of the goods,
Test.
the price of related goods, income of consumer, and then,
Test.
very good, taste of consumer. Here we go. T for taste. Taste of consumer. For example, you love ice cream, but then you only buy one kind of ice cream from one special shop. Okay, it may not even close to your house. There are many shops that can sell ice cream, but you never buy. You come to the shop that you like to buy that kind of ice cream that you love. We cannot use your income or the price of the gift to explain your quantity buying here. Instead, we say your taste of consumption that can decide your quantity buying. Now, what do we mean by taste? Taste here is the feelings of consumers about the desirability of different goods. The feelings of consumer about desirability of different goods. They're willing to buy or not. They like it or not. Okay.
Anh bay vào đầu kia. Môn nào trường đại học tiếng Việt không? Trước.
So when the taste change, your quantity buying change.
Nghe mình chưa hiểu.
We have here. The taste for healthy food change, or we can say that there is a wider taste for healthy food. So in other words, we more concerned about how the food can lead to the health problem. Okay, so we prefer the healthy food rather than the fast food, for example. We say that the taste for healthy food is wider. So wider taste here, we buy more. Higher quantity demanded, higher demand. And we say that on the graph, the demand curve for healthy food shift to the right. On the contrary, the junk foods or fast food, the demand is lower because all of us, we know that eating fast food is not good for health. So narrow taste or lower taste lead to lower quantity buying, lower demand, and then the demand curve shift to the left. Okay? Get the points here? Yeah. So it's important that if I give you any scenario, you decide that in that scenario the test is wider or the test is lower. Okay? Yeah. Then you can decide what trend with the demand. Easy? Now number 5. Expectation of consumers. Expectation. So consumers, they can expect about the change in the future markets that they can change the quantity buying. Okay, they expect about changes in the future market that can lead to the change in the current quantity buying. Now, what consumer can expect here? They can expect about the change in the price of the good. They can expect any change in price of related good, or they expect the change in their income, in their taste, so on and on. That we can decide how the quantity at the moment changing. Now I take one example. If consumer expect that in the future they need to buy the product at higher price, future price increases. At the moment, they tend to buy less or buy more. Buy less or buy more at the moment? More. Why?
Because don't buy in the future, you don't have to pay more.
To save money. Okay. Now, buying the same product in the future time at higher price, is it favorable or unfavorable for consumer?
Favorable.
This is unfavorable. It's not good if we need to buy the same product at higher price in the future. We don't like this. You agree? Yeah. So to avoid this unfavorable things happen in the future, now we tend to buy more. Your current quantity buying increases. Then we say the current demand increases. Then the demand curve shifts rightward. Very good. We're going to see how the demand curve shift is illustrated. Now some students, you don't understand why the price increases and the quantity increases here. This is not the law of demand. No, not the law of demand. This is the price of the good in the future and the quantity buying at the moment. Okay, future price and QT at the moment. No relation with the law of demand here. You understand? Yeah. Then you can take another example. If they expect that in the future they have more income, assume that the good is an inferior what happened now or the quantity, for example. Okay, many questions that you can answer yourself. Now, generalize, and you write down this. Favorable expectation. Now, we say about expectation E here. Favorable expectation. We get the benefit in the future, so now we buy less. We wait until the future to buy more. We say QD, the current QD decreases, the current demand curve shift to the left. But in our example, we have unfavorable expectation. So we buy more at the moment. The demand curve shift to the right. Okay, favorable expectation. Unfavorable. So importance here, important. You need to decide that expectation is favorable or unfavorable. for consumer to buy. And then we decide how we pay the money. Okay? And we turn into the final one of number of consumer, how it changed demand. Shall I go next? Shall I? Yeah. The final factor that we can mention here is the number of consumers in the market. Now assume that you are a seller of products. You have the two options here. You operate your business in a crowded market, or you can operate your business in a quiet market. Crowded and quiet markets. Which one you choose? The quiet one or the crowded one? Crowded. How crowded? Because for crowded one we have the high demand. Even we know that the competition is high as well. But then it's better than if you can operate the business in private market. No buyers. Because no buyers, it means that you cannot generate the revenue from selling. Okay? Yeah. So normally we see that the seller, they always target in crowded market rather than the private one. Your left hand side, this is the photo of a beach in China. Very private one. Okay? And your right hand side, these are the photos of beaches in the ocean. Okay. Now, so you can easily write down for the points here. More buyer, they require more quantity buying. The demand curve shift to the right and vice versa. The final point on the part of demand, we're going to distinguish between the shift of the demand curve. Normally we say shift of or in a demand curve, and then the movement along the demand curve. Okay, here we go, the final part of demand. And after that we can have some questions before moving to the part of supply. The movement along and the shift of the demand curve. The movement along shift of a demand curve. The first one is the movement. The movement here caused by a change in the price of the products. Caused by a change in the price of the products. Now here we go. For example, now see the graph. There are 2 points on the graph here. When the price equals 30, the quantity demanded equals 4. We have point A. Can you see A? Can you see point A along the curve? Yeah. Now when the price decreases to 20, the price is lower. Consumers tend to buy more. We have point B here. From point A to point B, what is the factor that leads to the change in the quantity buying here? Very good, the price. The price, it is at vertical axis. It appears on this graph. Okay? Then, when the price change, it leads to the change in the quantity demanded. We say price here is the factor that leads to the movement from A to B. A to B. Okay, we say, actually, we can say P is the endogenous. Endogenous factor. It appears inside the graph and it leads to the change in quantity buying. Okay, this is what we mean, the movement along the curve. On the contrary, if we have the increase in the price, then we have the point here, point C, higher than point A. So we say that point A move upward to point C. A to C, A to B, this is the movement. Is it clear? Yeah. The movement, this is by the change in the price presented. Okay. Now, what else we can say? We say about the shifts. Shall we go? Yeah? Now, you write down the shift of the demand curve. And normally we say shift to the right, shift to the left. Caused by changes in non-price factors. Changes in non-price factors. Now can you list how many non-price factors that we can mention? How many?
5.
Now again, how many factors that can change QD? 6 altogether. The first one is the price of the gift, then price of related gift, then income of consumer, expectation, and number. Oh, yes. Test, E and N. Okay, by the order. Now, the price of the gift can change QD, and we say it leads to the movement along the demand curve. If I say non-price factors, how many of them? Yeah, 5 out of factors here are non-price factors. So even when you see PY here, but actually this is not price factor because we're mentioning about the quantity for good apps, only the price of apps is the price factor. Yeah? The other 5 are called non-price factors. So if each of the non-price change, it leads to the shifts of the demand curve. Shifts in the demand curve or of the demand curve. Now I take one example now. You don't need to make this graph. Later, if you want to, you can make the other. But I'm going to take one example now. We say shift the curve and movement along a curve. Can I erase my handwriting? No? Okay. Now, don't need to make this example. Initially, we have the price of the gift and the quantity, P and Q1. P and Q1. Now, if income of consumer change, income increases, for example, and the gift is the normal one. The gift is normal. How can we say about the change in quantity buying? QD. QD will
Go up.
up or down?
Up.
Go up. For normal gift, higher income means we buy more. Okay, QD increases. Now what you wrote before, if we assume that QD increases at all the price level, we say demand for the gift increases and the demand curve shifts
To the left.
to the left. Oh, I'm sorry. Demand curve demand increases, it means that the demand curve shifts to the right, not left. Now, assume that the quantity buying increased by 2 units at each price level. Before, when the price equal 10, we only buy 8, but now we have more income. You tend to buy more. Add more here and equal 10. Another price level, 6 plus 2 here equal 8. At all the price, we buy 2 more of the products. It means that we have the new quantity demanded, new level of quantity demanded at all the price level. Is it okay to this point? Income increases, QD increases at all the price level. They increase by 2 units at all the price level. We say that demand increases, and on the graph we need to illustrate the 2 demand curves. Initially is D1. D1 shows the relationship between P and Q1. And then we can make another demand curve, D2. D2 shows the relationship between P and Q2. Now question, why the quantity demanded increases here? Or what leads to the change in QD here? What is the name of the factor that leads to the increase of QD?
Income.
What's the name? Is it the price change? No, we have the same price.
Non-factor.
Now, what leads to the change here?
Income in change.
Income of consumer. We cannot find income from this graph. Okay, no information for income. Income is the outside factor. Exogenous, not endogenous, but exogenous. Okay, outside. Outside factor. It is outside, but still it leads to the change in the quantity buying. Then we say income is the non-price. Demand increases, it means that the demand curve shifts to the right from D1 to D2. You see D1, D2? Yeah, this is what we mentioned before, like the shift rightwards. On the contrary, if QD decreases at all the price level by enough price factor, we have the shift of the demand curve network. Now, if we say shift, we're mentioning at least two demand curve. At least two. If we say movement, we considering how many demand curve? Only one. Very good. Movement along the same curve, but shift at least two curve presented. Get the idea? Okay, yeah, because no change in price, only the quantity decreases. I think that if you understand this example is good, you don't need to make this. Now, if you want to, please you make this one. Okay, the demand curve shifter can lead to a decrease or decrease of the demand curve. This is what we say the demand curve shift leftward or rightward. We can make this if you think you should.
xem con này làm gì. Chó.
Yeah. You done? Yeah. Okay, I think that we now can have some questions about the shift and the movement along the demand curves. Okay, let me show my screen that you can do with the question. We should revise the part of demand, okay, before moving to the new part of supply. Give me a second.
Đi tìm ngoài rồi mình sẽ phải là
Okay, now, we distinguish between the change in demand and change in quantity demanded. Now, change in quantity demanded lead to change in QD, lead to shift or movement. Change in QD. No. What factor lead to the change in QD? The price. Okay, so change in QD, it means the movement along the demand curve. Change in demand, it means that the demand increases, demand decreases, and it illustrated by the shift of demand curve. Is it okay? Now you decide in each scenario the movement or the shift of the demand curve. I can do for you on computer, but you should decide that shifts or movement. Can take it? No. I want to find this so you can see. Now we have here the demand curve for SUV, okay, car. Gas price plummets and stay low for years. Can you consider the demand curve for SUV for cars? What happened? It leads to the shift or the movement along the demand curve for car. Now, any idea, shift or movement? Gas prices. What do we mean by gas here? Gas and cars, they are, related goods. Now, what is the relationship between gas and cars? Complementary. Okay, they are complements. Good. When the price of the complements change, shift or movement? Shift or movement? Not price factor. Shift. Now, leftward or rightward? Plummets, what do we mean? Yeah, decrease a lot, plummets. When the gas prices plummet and stay low for years, what happened to the demand for car? Remember, what kind of relationship between two complements?
Negative.
Now, complements, what kind of relationship here? Positive or negative? Negative. Now, what happened to the demand curve for the car here? Shifts to the right. Higher demand for car. You understand? No. When the price of the complements, why they bring at that side? When the price of the complements gets here, decreases, price of gas, now what happened? Price of gas decreases. What happened? QD for what? For gas, not car. Okay, for gas, because the law of demand applies for the same goods only. QD for gas will increases. Gas and car, SUV here, they are complementary goods or they are complements. What happened for QD for car? Up or down? The complements, it means they must go together. Buy more gasoline. It means we buy more car. You understand? Now, we say the demand for car. Demand for car increases on the graph. The demand curve for car. What happened? Shifts. Now we say shift to the right. Is it clear here? This is the way we do. You need to apply what we analyzed before. So the price of gas, this is the outside factor. It must lead to the shift of the demand curve for car. And then we can decide that the direction here is shift to the right. Now, I make the demand curve for SOV. Shift to the right. Can you see? This is the way we answer these kinds of questions. Now, next questions.
Shift to the
Phúc Phan. Nguyễn Phúc Phan, ICT, I mean. Phúc Phan, are you here? Oh, good. Shift of movements. Shifts. What is the name of the factor that shifts the demand curve here? What's the name of factor? We have 6 altogether. If you say shift, it means the non-price factor. What's the name? Wait a year until the technology improves before buying a 5G phone. Is it the price? No, the price of the kit is not. It doesn't lead to the shift of the curve. Now, any other idea? What is the factor that shifts the demand curve for 5G phones here? Expectation of the buyer. They expect that in the future they can buy the better products. What changed for the current demand of 5G phones? The demand curve will shift to the left. Okay, at the moment, we tend to buy less. We wait until the future to buy more. The demand curve shifts to the left. Sorry. Agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, next scenario. We say the demand curve for soda. When the government enacts a tax on soda, producers and the price of soda increases. So the key point here, the price of soda increases. Shift or movements. hóa. Yes. Movement, okay? Movement up or down along the curve. The price is higher. Up. Okay, we need to illustrate the movement up the demand curve for soda because we need to buy soda at higher price. Okay, let's check. Yeah, thank you. Higher price. You understand? Yeah. Now next. Game consoles. Gamers upset over an increase in video game prices. What happened to game consoles? Now, game consoles, video games. What kind of relationship here? You know game console? This is the photo of the game console. Okay? If the price of video games increases, now you need to answer first, what kind of relationship between the two products here? Complementary. Okay. So if the price of video games increases, then the demand for game consoles will decreases. The demand curve for game console will shift to the left. Okay, it shifts to the left. You understand? When you need to pay higher to buy video game. Video games. You tend to play less games and then you buy less game consoles. Demand curve for electric cars. Okay, similar questions. Nguyễn Hà Linh, BIT. Hà Linh, BIT. No, my name is Nguyễn Hà Linh. Nguyễn Hà Linh. Okay, you. Now shift or movement. Movement, one. We say here the demand curve for electric cars, and we have the price of electric cars drops. It must be the movement. Now, the movement up or down the demand curve? Down. Okay, the movement down the demand curve. Thanks, Ali. Now, the government subsidized. It means that the government can support firms with money or physical goods. Okay, later we can analyze. But now, key point here is the price of electric cars drops. So, Halim said that it leads to the movement down along the demand curve. Let's check. Okay, the quantity demanded goes up. Lower price, it means that ceteris paribus, people can buy more of electric cars. Does it make sense? Yeah. Now, more. What is the name of the fighter? What came here? Vũ Tùng Lâm, ICT. Tùng Lâm ICT. Hello Tùng Lâm. No. Absent. Trần Phương Trà My, BIT. Trà My. Get me. Shifts. What is the name of the fighter that leads to the shift here? Is it expectation? Now, so if researchers say that restaurants are high-risk area for spreading coronavirus, it means that the test of eating at restaurant is lower or wider. The lower test. Okay, actually I think test here is more accurate than expectation. Shift to the left, you decided? Yeah, okay, let's check. Yeah, okay, thanks me. Get it? The DMAT can shift left. I think that more to do. Hearing aids and computers. Any idea? Can we decide the relationship between hearing aids and computers?
No.
Are they complementary? If you buy computers, you need to buy hearing aids. Is it always?
No.
No. Is it substitute?
No.
No. What should be the answer here?
Change.
Not complementary, not substitutes.
Unchanged.
Nothing related to income. Nothing related to test. Number of buyers, expectation, nothing. Now, how should we answer?
Unchanged.
Shift or movements?
No.
Nothing changed. Okay, nothing happened because actually they are separate goods. They have no relation. Demand of this cannot affect the demand for the other. Okay, yeah. Real meats. We say synthetic meats now cheaper because of breakthrough in technology. Chị Nhân. Chị Nhân TS. Ok, Nhân kế. What is the factor we mentioning here?
Nghĩa là cảm giác làm chủ được bài này.
Price of related goods. What kind of related goods here? Substitutes. Okay, the real meat and the synthetic meat are substitutes. What change?
Shift.
Shift or movements?
Shift. Shift.
The shift. Very good. So the demand curve for real maps will shift
to the left.
to the left. We mean that the lower demand for the real maps. You agree? Yes. Now, let's check. Okay, thanks, Nhật. Good. Yeah? Should be the last one. The demand curve for restaurant. It's a new test introduced on all the restaurants, and the prices of eating out increases. Hoàng Xuân Phương, MAT. Hoàng Xuân Phương. Xuân Phương. Xuân Phương, MAT, are you here? Oh, yes, good. Demand curve for restaurants. The price of eating out increases. Movement, up or down? Down. The movement up, you want to correct? Okay. Now you agree that it leads to the movement here? Yeah? Now let's check the movement up the demand curve for restaurant. Okay, correct one. Thanks, Phương. Good? Yeah. More. Demand curve for canes. What is the name of the factor? How should the demand curve change here? I want to say. Đào Danh Tùng, MST. Danh Tùng, MST. Danh Tùng kế. Shifts to the right. Now, what is the name of the factor that shift the demand curve rightward here? Elderly population is increasing at unprecedented rates worldwide. So the elderly population and kids. Number class. What's the name of the factor here? Number of buyers. Okay, more people buying. It means that the demand curve shifts rightwards. Yeah, okay. So this is what we can practice about the shift and the movement. Okay, it's good that you can do well for all the questions here. Thank you. More questions? More questions? Now, why I need to ask my students questions? Because you need to keep practicing. If you only study the theory, you find that it is hard to understand, or even you don't know what to do. But then if more questions for you, more chances that you can improve your understanding. See my points? Yeah, I can keep my time, save my time without asking you any questions, but I don't do it this way. I always ask you questions. It means that I give you chance to better understanding what you studied. So take your chance. Now, following we do true false statement. Explain why it's true, why it's false, and then making the graph. The tip says, for any kind of questions like this, if I give you time, you write down on your paper to see how can we analyze. Assume that chicken and beef are substitutes. The following statement is true or false. The decrease in the price of chicken will cause the movement along the demand curve for beef. True or false? Explain why. Any volunteer? Volunteer to explain about these statements. True or false? False. Why? Why is false? Yeah. Substitutes good. So you mean that the wrong word here is? Which one is wrong here? Very good. The wrong word here is the movement. Now, decrease in the price of chicken and demand curve for beef. We said this is the outside or non-price factor. Must be the shift, not the movement. Okay, now write down. The price of chicken decreases, then get QD for chicken will, yes. Then QD for beef will up or down. Substitute, go down. Demand for beef, go down. On the graph, the demand curve for beef shifts leftward or to the left. Okay, now check here. They said that will cause the movement along the demand curve for beef. So this is the false statement. This is false. This is false. You agree? Now making the graph. We need to illustrate your findings on the graph now. Questions for you. The graph here is for beef or chicken? The demand curve here for chicken or beef? Very good, because we decide the demand curve for beef shift leftward. You need to make the demand curve for beef. Now still last week, no information. How can we make the demand curve for beef? We need to make an assumption that we know the demand curve for beef before. Assume that the demand curve for beef is given. Okay, the price of beef here and the quantity for beef. Now just write the demand curve for beef is downward sloping. Just say D1 here. Assume that demand curve for beef is given at D1. Can you see D1? Yeah. What we need to illustrate here, the price of chicken decreases. This is outside factor that shift the demand curve for beef to the left. We need to show another demand curve D2, and then you put an arrow indicating that the demand curve shifts leftward from D1 to D2. This is all we can do with this kind of question. Okay? In the midterm test, I'll ask you something like this. I give you a statement, you decide that true or false. Even it's true, you need to explain, use all the information or the knowledge that you have to analyze. Okay, and then make the graph. Can you do? Yeah. Not easy, but I think that you can. So, take your chance, okay, for any questions. If you have enough time to write down, try to. Another one, I think that someone coming here to write down rather than I do for you all the times. You coming here to write down. Now, shall I move next?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, chicken and beef. Increase in the price of beef will shift the demand curve for chicken to the left. Is it true or false? Or you can write down on your note and then I call you. You say what you have done on your notebook, your papers for these questions. Now write down, explain on your paper and say to me.
Four.
Write down. Step by step is better than write down nothing. Okay? In the test, you must do. You must answer questions.
It's four. It's
Ah,
four. Not shift
it's
to the
four.
right. Yes. Shift to the right.
Okay. So what's wrong here? Yeah, this is not too hard question. How to answer?
Đứng thẳng. Sao cho mình đứng thẳng? Hết thôi.
Left.
Mình cố gắng. Thì đúng là thích. Đúng rồi. Cú này phải bị hại nét mày. Nét mày.
The answer is four. The price
Quên cái tìm. Có bộ gì?
the quantity the
Ui.
chicken to the price.
Shift to the right. Demand up.
Yes. The statement is true or false? It's false. What wrong here? What's wrong? Yes, the demand curve for chicken will shift to the right instead of shift to the left. I think that, okay, in time you can do. But then I think that you should speed up because this is not a hard question. Now, step by step. Again, I'm writing. The price of beef increases. QD for beef decreases. Beef and chicken are substitute. QD for chicken increases. Demand for chicken increases as well. We say the demand curve for chicken shifts to the right. Now check here, they say that shift to the left. The direction of the shift is wrong here. This is false. Now the graph here, chicken or beef? Chicken or beef here? Chicken, yeah? Chicken. Initially, D1. The price of beef here. Now price factor, shift the demand curve for chicken to the right. D2. Finish. Easy? Yeah. Like what we showed already before. Now more questions. True or false? If the increase in the price of A shift the demand curve for B to the left, so A and B are complements. True or false? Now write down. Then say here, explain here.
Right ở đâu? Không.
How to start in this question? How to analyze perfectly for these questions. I think that you should start from assuming A and B are complements. And you check that if the price of A increases, does it lead to the shift the demand curve for B to the left? If it happens, like given in the statement, we say true. If not, we say false. Okay? Now starting from assuming that A and B are complements and check what happened. Oh, easy way to write down. Take some photos and paste here. Oh. The example. Now, how about these questions? Any writing? You should. Is it correct? Okay. Is it close? Yeah. Or to write down to answer this. Even me. Okay, I need to write down to have the answer. So you should do. Don't just read the question and easily say true or false without explanation. AOB.
đi đấy phân phải cũng còn 4 năm cuộc đời thôi đi chết được đâu biết tắt mạng đi để tránh quảng cáo tức là nhớ tắt quảng cáo nhớ tắt đấy trước khi vào game không được cứ để nó mát thôi rất thế á vào game
is in
có nhưng mà
so the demand on A will increase. So that means if we have the demand curve of B is
chơi lâu năm rồi có ông ấy tao chuyển lại cho mày cho 2 giây 3 phút
if
nói chơi rồi suốt
PA
ngày nó nghiện cho này
are counting and PA is decreased. So that means PA is decreasing. So this happens
thì lúc này
that
thì được mạnh bởi vì tắt mạnh ấy thì nó sẽ đéo cân
DB
nó vẫn phải
is
dòng
so DB is true. Okay, it's true.
có mấy chục mấy trăm đâu mấy chục
Okay. Someone said that the statement is true. You agree? Yeah. Now, assume that A and B are complements, and we check that the increase in the price of A shifts the demand curve for B to the left. If it happens exactly like this, we have the true statement, and actually it's true as well. Now, quickly jot down, count to. Assume that A and B are complements. PA increases. QA, remember, from PA you must say QA decreases. Now, from A to B are complements. QB, they must go together. QB decreases as well. DB, the demand for B decreases. The demand curve for B shifts to the left. The statement is true. The graph here for A or B. A or B?
B or for B
B. PB, QB, initially given the demand curve for B is D1. Make another one, D2. Why the demand curve for B shift leftward? Because the price of the complement increases. Okay? Yeah. I hope that through the 3 questions, you know very well how to deal with the shifts of the demand curve. You know how to explain, how to make diagrams. Now more questions. Move forward. Suppose that there are two buyers in the market. The demand equations for those are respectively P equal 21 minus 2Q and P equal 40 minus Q. What is the total market demand equation? Okay, now who can do correctly? Bonus for you. And come here to show your work for these questions. We do a calculation here. This is not true false questions. Okay, we should do calculation to show the total market demand equation. Now come here if you are confident that you can produce the perfect answer and get the bonus. These questions ask you about how to form the market demand if we know individual demand. Okay? Any bonus for you before? No. Any bonus before? No. Both of you come here to show. Can you divide the blackboard into two equal parts and write very big that other student can see? I have two other students. Okay, you raise your hands. Quickly. Just two, because we just have very little space to write down. Okay, good. Let's see. Okay, let's check what they found. I give you two equations. P equals 21 minus 2Q. And P equals 14 minus Q. Now some students do easily like this. I think that many of you just do easily. P 21 minus 2Q. And P equals 14 minus Q. So add them up, it made up this and this together. Is it possible? How can we make the market demand? We take horizontal sum of individual demand. What do we mean by horizontal sum? At the same price, we add up all the quantity together. So if you add up like this, we mean that at the same quantity, we add up the price together. Okay? If add up in this way, it means that we assume that the quantity is the same, and you add up the price. This is not the rule that we decide to do. So I think that quickly see they are correct because they know that before adding, you should change the form of equation. So here, Q equal 21 minus P over 2. Another one, Q equal 14 minus P. Now, how to write down? Is it Q and Q? The first and the second one the same? Are they the same? The two Q here? Or is it possible if someone put a plus here and then have two Q? True or false? Right or wrong? Wrong. Why not? Right, how we do? Because this is the quantity of the first one. This is the quantity of the second one. They are not equal. Okay, so you cannot write down 2Q. Instead, you can write down QT. And you add up to right hand side. Adding them up, it means that when the price is the same, we find it for the first buyer, how many? The same price level. How for the second buyer? Okay, and add the quantity together. Now, let's check the answer. So let's just check the form as I suggested here. So QT is equal to 1 plus Q2. Fu finally can find the answer. Okay, add up the two right hand side. 49 minus 3P over 2. Is it the correct answer? Yeah. And Ngân just do the same things here. Q equal. Add them up. Minus 3 over 2P plus 49 over 2. Actually the same answer. Yeah. Double check the calculation. Is it good here? Is it good here? 49 minus 3P over 2. You agree? Yes. Thank you. Wenza, bonus for you both. Full ICT?
Yes.
Okay, I see. Harvard and 46. Yeah, because you just put a tick here. I see. Ngân okay. Good. We have some students that got the bonus before as well. Is it okay, these questions? Now, some more questions before we move into the product supply. The first one, easy question. Bùi Mai Phương, PMAB. Bùi Mai Phương. Yes, good, Phương. Okay. You choose D. Not a demand shifter. What do we mean? If this is not a demand shifter, it means the factor that don't lead to the shift of the demand curve. Okay, so it should be the price of the good. Very good. The price here lead to Michael. Yes, the movement along the demand curve. You agree here? The answer is D. Yes, good. Now the second question.
unfavorable ใช้ล็อกให้เราแสดงว่า
Nguyễn Đình Văn. Nguyễn Đình Văn. Đình Văn answer. Lê Hoàng Tú.
degree phải đi
Lê Hoàng Tú. Answer. Ah, you. Oh, sorry, Tú. Okay, Hoàng Tú.
phải đi
C.
đi
C. Now, why A is wrong?
ไม่รู้แค่นี้
Favorable change in consumer taste. If the taste is favorable, then the demand is higher or lower. Favorable, it means that more people buying. Why the taste? It should be higher demand. Now B, what's wrong with B? That you cannot choose. If we have an increase in the price of substitutes, what kinds of relationship between substitutes and the goods we study?
usable
Whenever we say substitute, what kind of relationship here?
usage
Positive. Okay, so increase in the price of substitute, the demand for the gift we studying also increase. Now for C, complementary gift, what kind of relationship? One. Sorry, Tú.
thì đã hay liver
Complementary,
có thấy được Sana nói có
what kind of relationship here?
degree thì cái này cũng degree đấy
The negative one. Decrease in the price of a complementary, it will lead to increase in demand. I believe your answer is wrong. Now,
người ta có xóa ba cái
now can you say what should be the correct answer here? D. Okay, decrease in the number of buyers, decrease the demand. The other, you agree here? Yes. Yeah, thank you. D. The next question.
em nghĩ là B
Trịnh Anh Tuấn.
B
Trịnh Anh Tuấn. EA Khoa.
B
ICT. Hello anh Tuấn. Chỉnh Anh Tuấn absent.
B
Hồng Nhân absent.
B
Ngô Quang Trường. Chết Trường. Which one you choose?
B B B
B. Now explain why A and D are wrong. A and D.
để nó exist
non factor
We say normal kids, we say decrease in income. We cannot choose neither A nor D. Why?
non factor non factor
Because the change in income never lead to the movement up or down the demand curve. The movement is wrong here. Okay? Now consider B and C. Which one is the correct answer?
B
What kind of relationship between income and demand for the normal gift? What kind of relationship?
it is the same
The same between that the positive. If you have the decrease in income, we have the demand for the gift
it's
decrease as well. So demand decrease, we make that the demand can shift to the left. B is the correct answer. Okay. Make sure that you know how to explain. Yeah? Not randomly choose the correct answer, but you know why. Next questions.
B sẽ là B
normal
bị cong xuống
Many students get wrong here.
thì demand
Many.
cái boost thì increase thì nó là B B B
Trần Đức Trung. You may call, see us. Trần Đức Trung, kết Trung. You choose A. Yeah. Now, why C and D are wrong? Here, we say about income. We say about the demand. So C and D are wrong. Because if you want to say substitute or complements, you should say the price of related goods. Okay, then we can call the gift substitutes or complements. But here, not the price of related gift, but income. So under the effect of income, we can name the gift either the normal gift or inferior. I agree. We cannot choose C and D. Now, you choose A. Explain why. Why A here? Income of consumer decreases. And demand for the gift increases. What kind of relationship between income and demand here? Negative. What's the name of the gift? In the face of negative? A or B is correct here. B. Okay, it should be B, not A. We call the gift is an inferior. Is it clear? Yeah. But many of you just misunderstanding between inferior normal gift and substitutes and complements. Many of you. Income, either normal or inferior. Price of related gift, either substitutes or complements. Tricky question. The tricky one. one is the best answer here? We choose the best one. Okay?
Impediment for the order. Impediment si quide dan impediment dan
Nguyễn Kiên Trung. Yes. Kiên Trung. A, B, C, D. B or D, can you read your answer? Can you read here the words of the answer? Increase the quantity demanded
The demand.
of the other.
Increase the demand for the order.
Increase the demand for the other. It means that you choose B. Now explain why. Two gifts are substitutes. Assuming that A and B are substitutes. Okay? Increasing the price of one. PA increases. Two. What is it?
QDFA decrease.
QA decreases. QB
QD
increases. DB increases. Now some student, you choose D here. You choose D here. It means that increasing the price of one will increase the quantity demanded for the other. You end up here, up QB increases. But I said that you should choose the best answer here. Even it's right when you choose D, but then the best answer is B, because we can go further. If we assume that QB increases at all the price level, finally we can say that the demand for B increases. Okay? The final one is how it changes the demand of the substitutes. So B here is better than D. Even it makes sense if you can choose B. Understand my point? Yeah. If there is no B to choose, you can choose D. But I think that the best answer here is B. You need to go end of long of the way, okay, to analyze that the demand for B will change. Now, one more question before we move it to the new parts. One more question, the final one. Question? If two products A and B are complement, then now A, B, C, D, complements. Lê Phú Trung. Kết Phú Trung.
Bao nhiêu người nhắn tin đấy đâu phải biết đến của tao.
Hey, now Phú Trung, complements. What kind of relationship between the price of A and the demand for B? Whenever we see the word complements, what kind of relationship here? answer concerning negative relationship? Now, answer D. The decrease in price of A will decrease the demand for B. Can we choose? No. Decrease and decrease, not negative. Increasing the price of A will have no significant effect. We cannot choose as well. It can change the demand. Now, increasing the price of A will increase the demand for B. Is it negative here? No, cannot choose. Now check A. Increasing the price of A decrease the demand for B. Can we choose? Yes, so quickly we can choose A. And then if you want to write down more details, you can as well. Is it good? Yeah. Don't forget that questions are for your benefits. So take chance. Now we have 15 minutes left. We now can move into the new part of supply. You know why? Because we have only 5 lectures and many things ahead. Many things ahead. I have the time pressure. And I think that it is not too hard. You have the questions for the long time. Now, just some minutes more. Silence. In the part of demand, we spend a lot of time. In the part of supply, we do very quick. We need to save time here. After that, we need to do equilibrium next time as well. Same time. Now silence. Focus. If we use the word supply, we refer to whom on the market? Supply. Refer to whom? Firms, seller, producer. S for supply. You can build up the definition. Supply, the quantity of goods and services that producers willing to sell, be able to sell at various price levels in a certain time, set a risk categories. From here, we understand that there are 2 conditions for supply. Seller, they have the willingness to sell. They want to sell the product to make profit. They have ability to sell. They have goods and services available to sell. Okay? One of the 2 missing, there is no supply. Now the next, if you need to write down quantity supplies, you guess what should be the different points between this definition and QS definition? Now, if we write down for quantity supplies, what is the difference from here? Price levels, very good. Now, supply here at various price level. I give you time, you write down for QS. Now, the quantity supply, QS, what is it? Now you write down. QS. This is the quantity of goods and services that producers are willing to sell, be able to sell at what? Oh, don't know. Yeah, at a price level. QS concerning a price level. Supply concerning various price level. This is the only difference between the two. So make sure that we can use the correct words for QS or S. I think it's easy because you just have a lot of time practicing with the part of demand. Is it okay? Yeah. Now, finishing this, you don't need to add more. But then see from the table here. I have information about the price of the good and the quantity supply. How many QS here? How many QS illustrated on this table? How many? I'm asking you questions. How many QS here? 4. How do you know 4 of them? How do you know? Because we have 4 price level. So for each price level, we have a QS. 0, 2, 4, 6 are the 4 levels of QS here. Which one is the supply? Which one that we can say supply? The whole table we say supply for the good. Because we have various price levels. Do you understand? Yeah. Yeah? The market supply. Now you write down the market supply. Market supply is the horizontal sum of individual supply. Horizontal sum of individual supply. So exactly the same as the part we do with demand. We just take horizontal sum. Again, horizontal sum, the same price. Add up the quantity together. Okay? Now, don't need to write the table. Follow here. When the price equals 10, no one in the market selling. We have QD for the whole market equals 0. When the price equals 20, the first one willing to sell, be able to sell 2 units. The second one 4. It means that for the market, we have the total of 6. We just do exactly the same for the other price level. Then we have the market supply. Is it clear? Yeah. Now, what kind of relationship between P and Q here? For the first seller, second seller, or even for the whole market? What kind of relationship? P and Q. P and QS? P increases. QS increases as well. If the price of the good increases, ceteris paribus, no change in the cost of production, no change in the other factors. Okay, the seller, they have more profits when they sell. So more profit, it means that they have incentive to sell more. You need to make this table. So we have the positive relationship between P and QS, and given it, we generalize and give it in the law of supply. This is the ending point for today. We have the law of supply. Now, the ending point, the law of supply. So I think that you can skip the text now because we know how to say. You can skip the text. You now write down only the denotion. When the price goes up, QS goes up. When the price goes down, QS goes down. You skip the text. Okay? The higher the price of the good, the larger the quantity supplied. The lower the price, the smaller the quantity supplied. Ceteris paribus. But you don't need to make this because you know how to say. Only make the denotion for P and QS, the last circle. So the law of supply witness the positive relationship between P and QS. Okay? Positive relationship. Have you done here? Yeah, okay, skip the text. Now attended check for today. Attended check for today. I give you 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes.